Hey yo. Oh no, you can see the full uncropped picture. We're gonna do some audio delay testing real quick. Let's get rid of the music for a second. Probably should become smart for the testing. Thank you, Sarah. And hey, Corn. I tried updating as much as I could. It was already the most recent firmware. I still flashed it on the capture card anew. And I bought a dedicated USB cable for the capture card, not just a random one that I had laying around. Just to exclude any oddities in terms of the audio delay and maybe make it consistent so I don't have to do this every single stream. That would be cool. So let's check. I should be hearing something, but I'm not hearing anything. Oh, I'm hearing something. I had it muted for myself. But that's not the important part. The important part is what you can hear and what is lining up with the rest of the screen. So, let's do the bump test again. Okay, first of all, let's check camera and input display. They're all behind. We are on no delay. Basically, which is good in a way. But that's how it started last time as well. Let's disable all of the render delays. And cam, no render delay. Also, what about the audio? That's what you have to tell me. Because that's the part that doesn't show up properly. I would say audio is probably delayed. Let's go into a level. Video delay is 0 for me. That is great. Hey, Pinskauer, in Aspetin. It's supposed to be instant. I was expecting it to be delayed. It should be delayed because I have a... forget thing. It should be like 450 milliseconds. So let's get in here and put this on 0. That should fix it. Better or perfect? I mean, it is as good as it gets from my side. I don't think I can improve it that much from here. Yeah, but nobody is saying perfect. Now I'm getting nervous. Not nervous, but I'm questioning myself. Lag in Mario statue level? Huh? Elaborate. Yo, perfect. Nice. Thank you, Nasputin. Oh. The stuttering, the graphics. Hey, Fishman. It is allowed, yes. Just be aware that the time will be converted down to the correct time. There are several online tools that let you see the conversion algorithm. Also, if you want to run the game, by all means, join the SML2 server. It's linked below. Invite link Discord. That's where you find all of the information. But yeah, we can already see here, it's smooth. Background scrolls smooth. Wait, no. Mostly? Yes, it does. It only has the occasional ones. No. There's a little bit of stuttering, isn't there? Am I paranoid now? There shouldn't be. Like, this is the best cable that I can get. Let me compare. Oh no, that's the normal one. I also see that. That is just the frame rate. Sometimes it will have this little, like, 1 pixel stutter. Yeah, it's like 2 or 3 times per element in the background. Like if you look at this tree here, and see 1. Now it only had 1 stutter, 1. Only 1 stutter. 1, 2. Yeah, it's 1 or 2. That is normal. That is the game running at 59.7 FPS, and the 60 FPS display is kind of catching up. I think. Anyway, I think oh, of course, doesn't poll for inputs when the console is off. Just wanted to do the input camera and input display test. Okay, perfect. If we have no delay, if it stays at no delay, that would be splendid. Splendid. All right, let me bring the filter back here. There we go. And do some practice. Beep boop beep boop. How do you emulate? You might have a misunderstanding here. Why would you emulate the SGB1? If you have the choice, then don't emulate the SGB1, but... What exactly are you asking? Maybe I am misunderstanding. What do you have? What do you want to do? Let's start there. I mean, yes, but why would you? It's inaccurate. Like, if you're already emulating, then you shouldn't emulate the SGB1, but you should emulate something that is accurate. Otherwise, you're just making it inconvenient for yourself and everybody else. It is faster, but it's, as I said, it's gonna get converted. The time is gonna get converted. You're not getting any advantage out of the emulation being wrong or the frame rate being wrong. We have a, like, it's accurate over the entire, like, over everything pretty much. So we have a consistent factor. It's like 2.4%, and like we know the exact frame rate, so we have several accurate tools to just convert the time back down. So yeah, don't go for SGB1. If you like, if it's the only thing, the only hardware you had, then yes, sure, SGB1 is fine. But if you're emulating in the first place, just use BGB or Gambatte Speedrun. I have a CRT monitor, yeah. Exclamation mark new TV, I think. It's the command. You can see it right there. Yeah, BGB is my preferred one, but if you like Gambatte better. For Gambatte, choose Gambatte Speedrun. You find it on Pokemon Speedruns on the GitHub. For BGB, if you want to submit runs, make sure to enable speedrun mode in the settings. That is important. And read the rules for what has to be in submissions. Like, you want to start from a reset, or you want to have a reset in the recording that you submit. It shows a little splash screen that shows that you're running on an accurate emulator. Nice. Preference. Whatever you like best. There's no... There's just no umbrella term or no standard that fits everybody. And nothing is faster than the other. I mean, the BGB standard is the green one. You can choose whatever. If you want to, you can even color in the little menu bar at the bottom. BGB allows you to do that. It doesn't have any influence. I'm not sure if speedrun mode actually lets you do that. I'm not sure. Maybe it doesn't. But yeah, whatever you enjoy best, just use it. It's all good. Anyway, let me see if the delay stays low. I like that the OBS preview is not delayed now. I thought that would be a given with the external capture card, but no. The different USB plug was the solution. Yeah, we're definitely warming up a little bit. Again, I don't know why it always happens on weekends, but I end up not streaming sometimes. Like Saturday was okay, that was kind of expected after playing Beat Saber again. My left wrist is having... I don't want to say issues, because it's perfectly fine the day after. But I'm doing something when playing Beat Saber that my left wrist doesn't like the next day. While I'm playing, there's no pain, but the next day, there's a little stiffness and pain. Yeah, that's a Twitch thing. Twitch has been doing that. That is, I think that's your ad blocker blocking an ad, or trying to. It's been doing that for me as well. No, by all means, please. I encourage everybody heavily to use ad blockers everywhere. Like, if anybody thinks that they are supporting the small streamers by not blocking ads on Twitch, nope. You're just feeding the system, and small streamers don't get much from ads in the first place. It's like $5 a month. It's much preferred. Like, I prefer it much. I don't want to speak for others, but I much prefer it if the experience for everybody is as smooth as possible, meaning no ads. I can't disable them from my side. Twitch will play them no matter what I do. So if everybody is having a good time and not missing anything because of stupid ads, that is much more important to me than having those $5 at the end of the month. And whoever disagrees is just wrong. It's the reality. Like, if we are talking big streamers with thousands of viewers, sure, ads play a role. But if you have, like, say 50 viewers, which is not few, right? That's quite a lot, actually. But with 50 viewers, maybe it's like $20 at the end of the month for a bad viewing experience for 20 days out of those 30. That's not worth 20 euros for the streamer. Everybody should much prefer the better experience for the viewers. And I haven't seen some in a while. I saw some when I was using Firefox. Firefox doesn't have a good implementation of uBlock Origin anymore. So I saw some Twitch ads, and that's just stupid. There's nothing fun in there. If ads would be funny, at least, I wouldn't be so against them. But no, they're just annoying. Yeah, that's also... I guess... Nah, yeah, with bits, in the end, the streamer gets the same, but you pay when acquiring bits. Yeah, no, donations are usually the most efficient. Totally agree. Lenny Kravitz perfume. Oh boy. I mean, I'm sure there is actually an algorithm that, like I notice it sometimes when there's a lot of movement on a stream, and then suddenly there's no movement, and there haven't been ads in like 30 minutes. Then the algorithm will determine, oh, maybe the streamer is taking a break right now. Let's just play the ads. There's some intelligent algorithm behind that. Doesn't always work. But I have noticed that. Lenny Krager. I just personally don't think that ads work in the first place. Like, at least nowadays, ads are basically just rage baiting. They are made the way they are by design. They are supposed to make you angry at the product, so that you think about the product and talk about the product, and then somewhere back in the reptile brain, the brand remains in your memory and remains some reputation? I don't get it. It's modern marketing. I hate it. I don't think it works. It's just a self-propelling machine. It's just there to keep feeding itself. Like, personally, I don't think I've bought an advertised product in like 20 years. What? Why would I? Like, it's almost an exclusion factor. If I see a brand that does aggressive marketing, I immediately know, okay, that is where they are spending their money, not for the actual product. So I will definitely not buy that. Like, all of the YouTube sponsors, all of those big ones, Manscaped and well, what is it? I haven't seen YouTube ads in a while. Well, I've also stopped watching channels who do this aggressive marketing, like the little wallets. What are they called again? All kinds of VPN services, yeah. Ridge wallets, yeah, thank you. I mean, those are at least nifty, I guess, but also seem like highly specialized and not practical for most cases. But when I see a product like that, yeah, HelloFresh has been popping up recently. I saw that. Whenever I see that, I just immediately think, nope, that product cannot be it. I kind of want to make an exception for Brilliant. I think Brilliant is okay. But yeah, everything else is just like overpriced yuppie products. Like, rich wallets would have... I think that would have been a trend in the 90s. I don't see how it is so successful nowadays. I just personally don't understand it. Also, while I have the intention, stay away from Better Health. Highly immoral company. Screwing over everybody, from the people they employ to the customers. Basically a scam. And their scam just doesn't want to die. Like, they have been exposed a while ago, like a year ago, for their bad practices. And everything has been made public, and they're still not gone. And every now and then there's an influx of new BetterHelp YouTube ads. Don't get it. And usually the people who advertise them, they don't know about the bad practices. They just think, ah, this sounds nice. Helping people, giving like good access, or sometimes free access to therapy. That must be a good thing. Nah. They're screwing people over. They're not vetting the people. The people, like the experts who offer their services on BetterHelp, get paid shitty. It's a lose-lose for everybody, except for BetterHelp. Highly immoral. I mean, yeah, Mr. That's the thing, right? That's the logic behind it. You spend all of your money on advertising the product, of course. Like, there won't be much money left for actually making a good product. That's a given. And then if called out, they say, yeah, but everybody else does it as well, which is correct. Except for like very, very small companies, usually local ones. It's a weird thing that this entire marketing vehicle just works. And I just don't see why. And I don't want to get political about it, so I will stop here for today. But I will definitely go into this on another day, but not today. I have a little headache to start with, so let's not get too serious. But yeah. What I want to say. Please use ad blockers. Because that harms the entire ad industry. The more people use them, the better. And they should be harmed. It's a bubble. It's a classic economic bubble. They're creating value out of nothing, which is never a good thing. Value should ever always have a tangible equivalent. Nothing increases in value because somebody tells you it does. And I know in practice it does. That's a bad thing. Like in this industry with the Mr. Beast marketing, like those kinds of people, they show you that it does work at the top. Donald Trump, no, I am getting political. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, good examples where the value is only in the perception. Like the wealth. There's no wealth there in the beginning, but they tell you there is. So people give them more and more. Because they think, oh, they can deal with money. They already have so much, even though they don't. And then they end up with money all of a sudden. Because they are just making people believe. Fake it until you make it. That is what is going on there. And it's the same thing with these aggressive ads. There's nothing there, but they're gonna be so aggressive about it until some people believe it. And then once they've bought it, I'm gonna stop in a second. Once somebody has bought it and realized that they bought shit, they're in the dilemma. Oh well, I paid the money already, so I'm not gonna admit that I made a mistake. Buyer's dilemma. Dedicated Lego vacuum cleaner. I mean, it's the stupid ideas that end up working, right? But they really shouldn't. Well, I'd say it's the blatant ideas. It's the wrong save state, but whatever. The more shameless somebody is in advertising a product or themselves, for some reason, it is successful in current times. That's humanity's big problem at the moment. Lack of critical thinking. What am I gonna consume? Ooh. I mean, I'm gonna keep my eyes peeled for like a super cheap external hard drive, because I buy one every year. A terabyte more than the last one. I have an entire 4 GB hard drive full of OBS recordings the last year, or last 2 years by now. For example, I will never need them. I also save every SML2 run that gets submitted to speedrun.com. I save every one of those locally in case something happens to Twitch at some point in time. So I have a backup for most of the leaderboard at least. So those are the things that I usually look out for on Black Friday, things that I actually would buy anyway, and just... if there is a deal, there is a deal. If not, it's probably not going to be too far off in terms of price anyway. There are always deals. 4 terabytes, yes. Hate remain. $20 terabyte are still too expensive. Those cost like 400 euros. I mean, just get Samsung for externals. Samsung doesn't usually make good externals, or isn't really in the external market at all, aren't they? I have some Samsungs right here, some SSDs. I have made good experiences with those. For externals, there's usually something else inside anyway. Like it's usually Seagate or Western Digital. It's rarely anything else for external USB 3 ones. Yeah, but SSDs you can't get high storage for cheap. I just need lasting storage with not a lot of read-write cycles. Because it's just an archiving thing anyway, so I don't always delete or rewrite the data anyway. I put it on there and it's on there for good. Now, with the cheap ones, you just gotta get lucky. Sometimes... it's like 90% of the ones are Western Digital anyway. There's no way around that. If you buy an external Samsung, for example, there's gonna be a Western Digital in there. Trust. Trust. And that doesn't really matter. It doesn't disqualify anything. It depends on the application. As I said, I don't have too many read-write cycles on mine, so it doesn't matter in the first place. Ah, yeah, 20 terabyte HDD. That makes more sense. Yeah, because of the noise, I don't want that. But if I had a separate room, I would just put a NAS in there with those kinds of storage solutions, and then it wouldn't matter how loud they are. Close the door, be done with it. Am I having finger issues today? Oh yeah, I actually only had Samsung SSDs so far. My two NVMEs are Samsungs, 990 Pro and 980. And all of my other SSDs are, like this is the 840, 850 Evo. And I think I have another 880 Pro in my PC currently. These ones I just removed from... Whoopsie. Like Linux, I was about to say, from my Linux testing. Removed some of them. These are old ones, not really important. I have some backup systems on them. Like this is my buyer experience or my buyer behavior. I just test something, and if it works, I just usually stick with it. Which makes me sometimes miss some market updates, some novelties, or like pick things up a little later than I should have. I like sticking to the things that just work for me. And that's how I ended up with Samsung SSDs. It's not that I made a conscious decision at first, I just chose one and they worked. I've never lost a single Samsung SSD. But I'm just gonna stick with them. It's a decent experience so far. And I don't know what I'm missing. If there is something else for a comparable price. Probably equal other ones as well. Like it's not, I'm not brand loyal or anything. Doesn't matter which brand it is. If something works, it works. For example, I was using Samsung phones for a while. Smartphones, and they always ended up having the slowdown issues of like bad soldering, I suppose. It started with the Galaxy Nexus, which is technically only half a Samsung phone. But yeah, I veered away from Samsung smartphones. Also the prices went up for those. So my current smartphone is entirely driven by its cost. It's a OnePlus. 40 gigabyte SSD. I mean, I still have my 2 gigabyte. Wait, do I still have it here? Or did I? No, it's showed it the other day. My I think that's all. That was also. Was it? I think it was also Western Digital. That was in my very first PC back in 1997. The PC was a Fujitsu Siemens with 2 gigabytes hard drive in 2 partitions. Oh, what was the graphics card again? A Voodoo something. And I think 16 megabytes of RAM, something silly like that. Definitely not 4070. Yeah, what were they called again? Like Voodoo was in the name, but there was something else. I forget. Oh, and the Sound Blaster Pro sound card, like a separate sound card. Could have been just 3D Voodoo, yeah. Actually, that was my second graphics card. The PC came with a different one. Like, my dad had to ask the son of a friend to come over to properly install the graphics card on my Windows 95 system. Because by default, it only had 256 colors, which was fine by me. But yeah, then I saw the light of 16 million colors. Everything was separate. Everything was an old like PCI standard extension card, graphics card, sound card, network card. I still have quite a few of those things. I don't have the tower anymore, which I'm a little bit sad about, but I saved the hard drive. I don't remember what the processor was, but I can find out. That one I also don't have anymore. Like the boards of that one I threw away. The hard drive might be the only thing that survived. I still have a downloaded version of GTA 1 that contains a virus. How about that? I don't have an old... I also have old antivirus, but I also have an old virus on a hard drive. Yeah. You never throw those away. Could become... Maybe I can sell the virus at some point. It was actually one of those that locked your system on reboot. And like Windows 95 was still based on DOS, right? It's like DOS 6.0, I think. Early days, and that locked you into the DOS mode of your system. Which it had a funny face, like a troll face-like thingy before the troll face existed. Pretty sure it's specific to the like underlying DOS environment. And it didn't want anything. It was just there to be funny. It wasn't malicious or anything. What are we doing? Like you did need some DOS knowledge to get rid of it, or like disable it. Pretty sure I've solved that issue myself, but I don't remember how exactly it went. But I can certainly find out. What are we practicing? That was all over the place. By GTA 1, still the best GTA, changed my mind. I would go as far as to say the only good GTA. The only 2 was still okay. Everything else pretty bad. Hardest level? In terms of optimization, probably the submarine. Also has some random elements to it, like swim speed. Technically deterministic, but in practice random. Fixable though. Just gotta invest the time to fix. Well, yeah, there's no like hard level per se. It's just depending on what optimization you're going for, every level is the hardest level. A submarine is just also long. Like there's several aspects to it. It has different mechanics than many other levels, so it's unique. Like a technique like bunny swimming is only ever used in the submarine, nowhere else. Yeah, it's long. More time to make mistakes. Speaking of which, it's the next level that I practice. Let's make a save state here. Ah, sucked into the wall again. It's frame perfect unlucky. Nah, that would be okay in a run. Would save me half a second. Yeah, this is Bunny swimming right here. This here is Bunny swimming. You get a bigger swim stroke. You hold the jump button after bonking your head. So you need this specific setup. Something being on top of Mario, so you can bonk your head. Well, yeah, there are like 3 places where you can use it. It's actually somewhat, like in the history of the speedrun overall, it's a somewhat recent strat. Ah. And it's not hard to do. Actually makes some rooms easier. Because it normalizes some setups that are otherwise a little bit more random, more timing dependent. It's definitely worth learning. But you can only use it in this level. That's the downside. This level is also hard in a run. It looks pretty straightforward when it works out like this. But if you're on pace, since you have to make a little break there, and sometimes your break will just be too long or too short. It's a little stressful sometimes, because pausing for a moment is not that you do anywhere else in the run. And now then you suddenly have to do it late in the run, possibly on pace. But you want to go fast at the same time, so you sometimes cut the pause short, and then you get hit. It's not trivial. Like that pause right there. That's why I use the visual cue of scrolling. The scrolling is not necessary for the strat to work, it's just my own cue. Because the scrolling takes a certain amount of time, and once it stops I know I can safely go. Jonas. I mean, ideally you don't... like, it's the 50-50 strat, Jonas, hello. There are 2 versions of the level. The slightly faster one is actually the one where you don't pause, but slide off the first platform. And go full speed. Alternatively, pause a little bit, then go on and benefit from the lack of lag. But that is optimal versus optimal. The no pausing strat is a couple of frames faster. And yeah, nah, I'm not too much into Mega Man games in general. I find the controls a little clunky. I learned the first couple of levels, like the first 4 levels of Dr. Wily's Revenge at some point, because I wanted to take part in a Tiny 10 race, where they, like, it's a once a year thing, or twice a year, where they select 10 Game Boy games, and you run them in a relay. Well, you run them back to back, everybody does the game relay. But I think I learned 3 or 4 games I learned somewhat properly. Dr. Wily's Revenge a little bit. Oh, what was the name? Double Dragon. It was a Game Boy Double Dragon game. Penguin Wars. And what's the name? Where you roll the Marble Madness. Is it Marble Madness? I learned those games, and the other 5 I didn't even touch because I decided, okay, I'm not gonna do this. I'm too focused on the individual games. Like, I was messing around in Penguin Wars at the time, and I'm not the right kind of person or speedrunner type to learn 10 games in short succession. I wanted to go into the nitty-gritty in individual games, but not go this like blanket approach for this many games. Yeah, but also I don't have an NES background. I have zero nostalgia, and I never played an NES game in my childhood. First time I ever played an NES game was when I played Mr. Gimmick, like 6-7 years ago or so. It was the first time I ever played anything on the NES. And like, without nostalgia, I think there's something missing for me. I know there are great games on the NES. Kirby's Adventure, Mr. Gimmick. Supposedly a Mega Man game. They're still not for me. That was slow swimming the entire time, and I didn't see it, and then I didn't fix it. When I realized it was too late. Slow swimming again. It's fast swimming. Ooh, that shouldn't happen. It's a bit early, but it works. Nope, it doesn't. Only worked because I overjumped. Can I not do that super jump? Dang. So much slow swimming. Better now than later in the run. What did I not hold? I let go of something that I shouldn't have. I think it's also just, like, as silly as it sounds, it's just a controller for me. I cannot get used to NES controllers. Like, if I would ever, which I very likely will, go back to Mr. Gimmick, I will probably look for an input lag-less converter, so I can use my Super Nintendo controller. Okay, last practice level. And then a quick Tatanga, and should be good for runs in 10 minutes. bonk. Still almost 27 with the bonk. That is decent. Means that my stairs rooms weren't too crappy. Okay. 88 pipe is very good. It's a mid 70, low to mid. Yeah, no, mid. Pretty mid. When mid is good. Got hit. Danger, danger. I would gladly take this castle on pace. Alright, let's see. Tatanga has been going more than good. More than good? More than well. In practice. And absolutely awfully in runs for the last 2 weeks. Good outcome, but bad timing. Got lucky there. That's better. Always on B9. It's too early. That is much better. I could feel it while I was doing it. That one just flowed. B9 again. It's gonna be a problem. See, B6, much better. B6 again, much better. If I could only carry that into the runs. Another one, holy. Maybe today is the day. But that's what I'm saying, like, isn't this practice absolutely ridiculous in terms of success rate? If you had shown this kind of practice consistency to anyone only 2 years ago, they would have thought there's something going on. This isn't supposed to be this successful. And I would have agreed. And now every practice looks like this, and I cannot put it into my runs. I hate it. But maybe today. Let's just assume that today is the day. No bad thoughts. just slowly starting to get burned by 2 weeks of bad Tatangas. Decent tree zone success as well. Been getting to Tatanga like 4, 5, 6 times per stream. Just could not benefit from that. All right. Yank up the audio a little bit. This should be fine. Runs. Indeed. Start recording. That was a good hour of practice, and I feel actually warmed up. Am I forgetting something? I think we should be all set, right? Oh, no, the color is actually mostly fixed. Let's extra fix the hand cam color. It always has this auto white balance issue. Come on, come back. Did that break it? It usually fixes everything. Why did it break the camera? No! Shouldn't have done anything. That is new. Since when does this happen? How's my controller today? Feels good. Has been feeling good for a while. But can I please? Maybe changing scenes does something. 1 second. Nope. Just killed the hand cam. Since when does that happen? Let's replug it, just in case. Sorry for the delay, that is unexpected. So there's no disable button in Linux because it's recognized as one of those like universal video controllers. Yep, it's not recognized. Yeah, okay. We're back. And now, please don't die again. There we go. That is all that I wanted. Hey, Grimlock. Yeah, I'm on Mint currently with Cinnamon. It's not likely that this is going to be my final choice. It's my first choice. I wanted a smooth transition between being a Windows user for the last 20 years. I had tried Kubuntu before in a dual boot on my laptop, but that was ages ago. Also, hey, Zero Infinity on YouTube. Almost didn't read your message. I'm sorry. Wait. When did it When did it undo my colors? Is that when I went to check the hand cam? Did I accidentally hit a cable or something? There. That's what I want. Yeah, I've been looking at Debian, to be honest. Debian unstable or something? Looks not too unpromising. At first I was looking towards Ubuntu, but then I saw what they're doing with their flat... It's not flat, it's snaps on Ubuntu, right? It's snaps, yeah. And it felt a little bit restrictive in the way they were pushing it, even though it's technically a decent solution, but it also just takes away a lot of options, unless you use something like equivalent of a flat seal or something, and then why even use it in the first place? And Debian has been like the base distribution for all of the Kubuntus, Ubuntus, Mint. So it's definitely a solid base. Hey Clutch, thank you. Yeah, I like the idea behind running everything in its little sandbox, but at the same time I've also already encountered all of the problems in Mint with Flatpak installations. There's too much that you have to work around to make it a smooth experience. Best example is something like OBS. Like with OBS, you suddenly have to work around getting plugins to work. Like you have the nice sandbox environment in theory, but to make it more usable by installing plugins that are not made for the Flatpak, you have to shoot holes into your Flatpak, into your sandbox again, and then you might as well not use it at all. So now I just have the system installation of OBS that works with everything. I've mostly stayed away from Flatpaks when I can, because they can be neat, but aren't really... I like to tinker. So if there's a Flatpak, I'm probably gonna shoot a hole in it with Flat Seal anyway. So again, why even use it? Yeah, I think I'm currently running every software. Well, I found every software as a native installation. Anyway, enough distro talk. Let's do the speedruns. Wait, first, is the audio delay still alright? It looks like it is. So it held up for an hour, which means it's gonna hold up for the rest of time. Oh, this is also less confusing now, because I do look up to see my chat and the OBS feed is next to it. And whenever there is like a noticeable delay, like half a second as it used to be, it's a little distracting. So it's much better now. Yeah, Zero Infinity. Distro talk is over. That's something for like a Tetris stream, when I can properly think about what I'm saying. Because right now I have streamer brain. I definitely want to talk about these things, but I also know that I can't talk appropriately while I'm focusing on something else. And then I talk nonsense, and I don't like that. It can be funny, ooh. I don't like that. Now that the task in this game is a little different. We can do some non-human inputs that increase the running speed by up to 2 pixels per... or like 2 frames per 8 frames. Let's put it that way. Which you can't do as a human. I don't know how your understanding of speed handling with octets is. Like speed oscillation. The way this game does speed gradients is it uses segments of 8 frames and spreads like the ramping up speed oscillations across those 8 frames and then repeats. And then if you reach a higher speed state, the next octet, like the octet for fast running, or for running in general, is alternating 1 frame, 1 pixel per frame, 2 pixels per frame, and so forth. And then after 8 frames, the next octet appears. If you've let go of run, then it's going to be a lower speed, slightly slowing down. And you can reset those octets in their middle. So every 6 frames, say, you end up on a 2 at the end. And if you do some kind of input like ducking, turning around for 1 frame, you can already reset to the next octet, which then starts with a 2. So you basically put 2 2s next to each other, which is not possible otherwise. It's definitely a task-only thing, because you cannot know where in that 8-frame pattern you are. And you can't consistently do the 1-frame inputs in the first place. You can hope to do it, but nope. You will not make it. So when you watch a task, you will see Mario just jumping and turning around mid-air for 1 frame, and then turning again, and sometimes just do a random duck while running. That is that. It's called the pixel trick, because it basically gives you a pixel extra per execution. But there are also corner boosts, which are very much human viable, where you see me jumping at the edge of corners, like here. If I time that exactly right, it also pushes me a pixel forward. So in that regard, matching like the fastest humanly possible first stage is already pretty hard. Because of that, whoopsie. Fucking Lenny Kravitz. Let me know when you're back, Korn. He surely can hear that when I tell him that. Ah! Korn is back. He did hear it. Yeah, what about the ad blocker? It's ruining your experience. Oh boy! Is today a reset day? Please no. I also use Brave and I don't get ads on Twitch. Huh? You can always slap uBlock Origin on top of Brave's internal ad blocking. That does work. It might make some other functions a little worse, but it does work for Twitch, I can confirm that. At least I think I have uBlock on Brave. Pretty sure I have. At first it was just out of habit, because it's the first thing I do whenever I set up a browser. Like this is my Linux setup a couple of weeks ago. Install browser, immediately install uBlock Origin, which on regular Chrome with v3 protocol obviously isn't as powerful anymore. I'm not sure how much Brave works around that. Like how much, I don't know how much Chromium versus Chrome is in Brave. I never looked into that. Awful. Hey, Fern. It's who is. Who is funnier, I think. You might disagree. Oh, I forgot to put my splits on my layout. For myself, that is. because I have a hard time seeing the splits in my OBS layout. Okay. I can see it was a little time save. I think we're tied. Middle of the pipe, isn't it? Let me fix my splits for myself. You are always on top, please. Everybody go. Dang it! I need these early runs, so I can still benefit from my Tatanga practice. The later it gets, the further away the very successful Tatanga practice is becoming. Hello Paolo on YouTube. Good one, Fern. Oh dear, what was actually close with the Takini D. Sometimes I wonder if I should add a chance that he actually tells the truth. Hey Slash, thank you. I hope you are doing well. Too fast. Is that the real Kyle Broflovsky on YouTube? What an honor. The robot does actually have some biblical references available. If you use exclamation mark, oh my god, it's gonna be some biblical rambling. I haven't added anything to Diabot's text corpus in a very long time. But he has access to quite a few things. The entire movie script of Lord of the Rings is in Diabot. The entire game dialogue script of Metroid Other M is in there. The entire movie script of The Room is also available. Quite a few things. And that's not even half of it. The funny thing is that most of the time I'm not even using any of those things except for a single function. It's just I find something funny in the moment, and I want to put it in there, and then I... Get back up here. And I enjoy it for a couple of minutes, and I tell nobody where the fun is actually coming from. That's where I get my enjoyment from. Okay, I'm surprised I saved that after the mistake at the end of the level. Of course, that lost time. Probably gonna lose another 10th. Oh well, that's fine. And that is acceptable. As predicted. I might have also been a little late on the map. We will find out. I just want to see Tatanka. I want to see how it goes today. To have a rough idea where the stream is going. Okay, I guess I didn't lose time on the map then. That is way too early. It's a reset. No, it's not. What the hell? How was that not too early? Okay. Shoot. Up. Like that was definitely too early. Must have been one of those 1 in 8. Like lucky constellations. Again, the speed oscillation octets come into play there. Where it just so lines up that the 2s are in the right spots. I should have not made it on top of the spike platform. Oh boy. Timbo. Too bad. What a mistake, though. That still ruined it. Okay, this is just to see how Tatanka's gonna go today. Nothing else. gonna be almost +4 even with a 1 cycle. Kinda need an albatross. If it's more than +4, I have to reset. I don't know why I cannot do it. I just can't. Like I'm actually not even pressing the button 4 times there. Or the buttons. Tatanga's in my head. Dang it. More Star Song. That's all that means. But there will also come a time where every Tatanga fight just works miraculously. Just gotta hold out for that. No, you are correct. That all got pushed back with the blue screen stuff. I haven't set up anything in terms of video editing on the Linux system yet. So I'm not any further with that. I still have a script that is probably more half than 2/3 done. I want to say 2/3, but it's probably overestimating it. Yes. Yeah. I will get to it. Haven't really looked into what the good video editors are on Linux. I know that OpenShot is available, I know that DaVinci is available. In Windows I liked OpenShot a little better. So I might just stick with that. KDE Live? Never heard of that one. Or maybe I never paid attention because I always thought, oh, KDE, it's just gonna be the OS or the Surface file manager. No bonk this time. Should be a 413. It doesn't look like it reset stream today, so I can hope for a lot of Tatangas, right? Might have been a bit early. I don't trust that gold split. If so, then maybe by 100th of a second, because I definitely have saved 0.2 on that level before. Anyway, yellow split looks good, regardless. Could be real. That timing is much better. Okay. Jump out of the pit this time. Out of the pit, yes, please. Nice. Good level. Ooh. Still a big loss. Didn't feel that bad. I know that I can walk much more efficiently. 0.2 is a lot. Oh well. Told you, it's gonna be more star zones. Actually wasn't sure if I would be able to do proper runs today. Because right before streaming I had... I don't get migraines, but I had like the aura, like a visual aura thing going on. Like the thing that's similar to when you look into a light and then look away. I didn't look into a light, but I had this thing suddenly going on after coming inside from buying groceries. It's still kind of there. Oops. But it's not too terrible. It's a little distracting. Like everything has a slight like green tint to it. But I'll survive. I will just sit here and silently accept these Tatanga fights while they're happening. Like, it has never been more ridiculous than today, actually. With how freaking good the practice was. And how unsuccessful Tatanga so far. Got hit twice, both times. That is ridiculous. Yeah. Usually I reset these Tatangas. I'm not used to the backup anymore. That's why I think I failed the last 3 out of 4. That might as well have been a reset at Tatanga himself. But hey, the tree zones are going alright. Space 1, I guess, is going alright. Gonna be more chances. Whoops. A rare survivor, the first level. Let's hope I don't miss a kill at the end of the run. Got some good corner boosts. Yeah. Shouldn't have said it. Again. Whoops. That was all right. The entire level was wrong. Never felt in control. That will happen. I'm seeing a bit of stuttering. Is that just me? Is it just my OBS preview, or is it stuttering a little bit? It really shouldn't be. Oh yeah, that sounds much worse. Like, I'm personally not too bothered by Tatanga. Like, I'm bothered by it not going right for several weeks now. I would be lying if that wouldn't influence me at all. But in terms of Tatanga just being there in the run, 9 minutes in, that's fine by me. And you still have, like, at least 2 realistic like decent outcomes. You have a very good outcome with the Albatross, and then the second prize is still pretty okay. It was very different in the old Beat Wario category, where you had a frame-perfect pause 9 minutes in to skip half of Space 2. But that was the old route. It does not exist anymore. It exists in my PB. Huh. It's also just a special constellation right now with Tatanga and me. Because most runners would be perfectly fine with the 2 cycle. It's really just the standard that I've set for myself that makes it a little bit more tricky. And again, in time, it will just start working again, as if nothing ever happened. Hey, not losing time here for once. Is this where the stream turns around? Nope. Still bad. Left thumb is feeling a little weird. Not sure if that is also still Beat Saber related. Probably is. Or maybe it's the cold. That all of my joints are just a little bit more stiff than they usually are. Clean. Very clean. Yeah. Free zone overall is going. It's just going. It's rolling. Second 0.6. With terrible-ish 3-2s. That's where the big time save usually lies. Like I should save 0.3 at least every time on 3-2. Quite sloppy at the end. There goes my lead. Did I promise too much with the lots of star songs earlier? What is this, 50 minutes in? Third star song? What? Unheard of consistency. I do have cold fingers though, that is true. Maybe that's why. Should have plenty of time to do some finger exercises on this level. Right here, my fingers feel good. What is it? What is it? It's the same every time, and I complain the same way every time. I will do a little practice in a second. Little break, little practice. Can't even do the slide anymore. This run doesn't want to die. I mean, it kind of dies. 5, yeah, no, 5-7 is too much. Alright, I will take a short break. Let's see if the funny videos are working today, if I set it up correctly. Give it a second. No, don't give it a second. Huh? 404 error? What? Give it one more second. What is going on? Oh, I'm stupid. As per usual. My mistake. This should work now. Alright, there we go. I will be right back. That's the one glitch in this game. You can screen wrap. Quick practice. Very quick today. It's late. It's not gonna be a super long stream. Epic Mallet Man. My day was a good Sunday. For the first time today it didn't rain at all. So I went outside for a bit. What? I was in sync. Game, please. Yeah, I mean, let's see if it's synced. I mean, let's see if it's synced. I mean, let's see if it's synced. I mean, let's see if it's obviously a bit over-synced. Thanks, everyone. I mean, this is my second fastest run ever. I'm really happy. But there's this small scent of disappointment as well. Yeah, I'm gonna time it anyway. Just to make super sure, but it should be pretty accurate. That one is so dumb and obvious. Banana time. If you type ! lottery, it will actually draw from the pool of results we have and predict based on that. Yeah. Sounds... that counts. Counts at 1 cream. Finally! Thank you. Yo, that was the old PB. Interesting. Alright, quick Tatanga practice. Let's see if it will do any good. I think on most days I wouldn't do extra Tatanga practice in the middle, but today I feel like it. Oh no, did you see my bear head? How embarrassing. It's just the beard. I think I weigh the same. Okay, that is exactly what happens in my runs. I got my fingers tangled up. Actually, it might also be the different camera aspect ratio to some extent. Because in Linux I don't have full control over like that. That's how it should go. Over all the like camera internal modes. Like there's a proper widescreen mode. that I usually could access. I don't have access to that in Linux. I could crop it that way, of course. Okay. Shot timing was right, just too early. Wait, no? It was mostly right. E7 is right. Just unlucky with the 2. Just to do that, I have to be later. I have to trust myself, to trust my finger speed. This is all I have to do. And in the runs I always do it 2 frames earlier, which leads to the second shot phasing through Tapanga. Ooh. That's too late now. It's not difficult. It's not even overly precise. Of course it's precise, but there's some wiggle room. Nah. 2 shots only thing again. I think that's a merged input. It's just unclean. Not the best version of a 1 cycle. I would gladly take it. Didn't work this time. B8 and 3. I get a lot of this. A lot of that exact outcome I get a lot in my runs. Just 1 frame too early. That's the same fight, just with delaying the second shot 1 frame longer. It's weird. Most of the time it's a single frame off. Just feels bad that all of them all line up. It's too early again. B9 and 2, yeah. If I get a lot of 2s in the second input, I really need to wait much longer. That's just how my finger timing is today. Another 2. Yeah, that'll do it. I get so many 2s. It's hard to delay. Like the difference between 2 frames and 4 frames in terms of coordination. It's very hard to do. Okay, can I get this in a run, please? Pretty please. Again, there's no issue in practice, right? About those couple where I can clearly identify what was going on, but overall, this is just going very, very well. That has to translate into runs at some point. I'm trying to see the entire picture and see, okay, this is constant improvement over the last couple of weeks. We're going in the right direction. It's all gonna pay off eventually. Until then, I will keep yapping. And realistically, it is going in the right direction. This is where speedrunning comes in. Patience. Patience, practice, practice, practice. And practice patience as well. I've been wondering if it would help myself if I had something to switch to that is like not necessarily Tetris, because Tetris is always its own block at the end of a stream. It's not something that I can quickly switch to and then come back and like have this little relief during a stream when a session isn't going too well. I wonder if I should find something small as a side project. Like maybe just learning something on the side. But I don't know. I don't know what. And what works well with the setup. Not specifically SML2 cheaters. There was one guy who kept basically stealing old runs of people and upload them to his YouTube channel, which was mostly a long play channel. So he I don't think he ever uploaded a run that was faster than like 45 minutes or so. So it went undetected at first, but then I was still working for Speedrun.com back then. So the name popped up, and I saw that they were... because I had an eye on a lot of Game Boy leaderboards. So I saw the name pop up a lot on different leaderboards, and the runs looked very different from each other, so it became clear very quickly that those were not done by the same person. And then I also saw that they had submitted an old run on SML2 as well. So then I found out that they had been doing that, just stealing runs and putting them on their own YouTube. Was very... I don't know what for that particular person was doing that for. Just having a lot of runs on the leaderboards, I guess. Kind of weird. And then there was this other person from Algeria. I forget the name. It was the same word twice in a row. And they kept also playing lots of Game Boy, mostly Game Boy games, but they were playing on just a ridiculous third party, almost emulators are third party, of course, but on this ridiculous emulator that nobody else was using, that was highly inaccurate, like no lag whatsoever, running differently every time they ran a different game. There was no consistency. Like sometimes it was slower, sometimes it was faster. Then they were sometimes using save states in their speedruns, and they had those clickbaity titles as well, and this absolute ridiculous stream layout where they were like claiming world records in the layout already while doing the run. It was ridiculous, and they ran dozens, if not hundreds of games within like 1 or 2 years. And they got called out, they got banned from leaderboards, and they always came back. And then some leaderboard moderation, like we didn't ban people easily on speedrun.com back then. I'm not even sure if... were there any site-wide bans at all? That might have been one of the earlier ones. But yeah, that guy also eventually played SML2 on his weird emulator. Immediately got denied. I know the guy, or I knew the guy by that point. I saw the name, I looked at it, okay, it's that emulator. Quick decision, nope. I think that's as far as it goes in terms of cheaters that we've caught. I want to say most people on the leaderboards I either know or I've been around when they were streaming. So I have a pretty good idea that they like those specific people that I have personal knowledge of, that they are legit. In the beginning, there were a couple of runs that were simply done on outdated emulators, on VBA mostly. There was a big purge of all of those runs. That was not necessarily cheating, that was just lack of knowledge, and like both in terms of the runners and the formal leaderboard moderation that led them on. That was just a thing. There's not a lot of fame to get in SML2 specifically, so less incentive. It's much more likely that somebody cheats in SM64 for the recognition, or Link to the Past has had its cheating scandals. It's the bigger titles. I have verified pretty much every single run on the leaderboard in the last 2 years. And many before. Don't know how many runs I've verified by now. There's a statistic for that. Oh yeah, most have been verified by me. Ooh. The other moderators have had their hands full with jobs and just not being as active in the community anymore. So I don't hold it against anyone. I don't want to complain. I'm doing it because I want to. Yeah, it's not as excuse me. It's not as much effort anymore as it used to be. Ever since we tightened the emulator rules a little bit. Like in the olden days, I would... Like, I'm still downloading all of the runs, as I said earlier, and archiving them. But in the olden days, I would have specific segments in the run that are very consistent across platforms. And I would compare those to see if somebody was using either a bad emulator in the first place and like didn't like make the right choice when selecting which emulator they were using. Sometimes people just don't know. Like you would be surprised how many people just tick Game Boy Player when they're actually playing on Gambato or BGB. Oh, it's a 3-letter abbreviation. That's probably what they mean. Yeah. Most people just don't know. They do this one run, this one fast playthrough, and submit it to the leaderboards. Have no idea about the rules, nor the emulators. Yeah. So yeah, when there was no security in what they were actually using, I would just actually time those segments and see what was going on. I have like old spreadsheets, all of the timed segments of runs from those times. We had our fair share of emulator or web emulator runs. Not only Android, also sometimes the web emulators. There was this one guy who was... Like, sometimes you get the leaderboard snipers, because we just haven't filled out some of the IL boards. Like, people sometimes can't be arsed to like run a specific all levels category level as an IL. So some of those like low-hanging fruit people come along and say, oh, there's an unclaimed first place, let's just submit anything that I can muster. There was this one guy who submitted a speed run and like celebrated it way too much on his YouTube channel of the secret level in Tree Zone, which is an absolute trivial level. And they did very poorly. With a lot of lag. Like, that emulator was not great. as you can imagine from a web emulator. It tripled the amount of lag, pretty much. Yeah, you will always get people who are just out for a little bit of attention for the wrong reasons. Or who just misunderstand the entire concept of speedrunning in the first place. We also had this one guy. It was so funny. He would start a run. I think that was SML1. Might have been 2, I don't remember. But he would start a run, then pause in the middle of the run, go to work, come back and resume his speedrun. And then submit the added up time, not the... like he subtracted the pause. And thought that was okay. I think I still have the recording of that. That was so funny. But yeah, that was in the category just misunderstanding speedrunning. They were fully convinced that a segmented run would qualify for RTA leaderboards. But that was also a live stream. Like they left the game open and left their live stream running for 8 hours or 10 hours until they came back from work. It was a continuous recording. Some people. I think I remember the name. They have a run. Like after I told them about the rules, they did it properly. They are on the leaderboards of both SML1 and 2, I believe. But I'm not gonna rat them out. But it was too funny. Yeah, I guess you're right, Jonas. But segmented in the way that they stitched together, time-wise, they're the fastest segments that they could muster. Just that they didn't retry the segments. Alright, another tree zone. Number 4. Is that a new one? Have I fallen in that hole before? I'm not sure. That particular hole? Let's see. are there any other funny anecdotes that we had in like 10 years of SML2 speedruns? There has been the occasional like child practicing like crazy and asking questions here and there. Hey, how does the world record do this? And then you see them like supposedly grinding tree zone levels, but then they never stitch a full run together. But I guess that's every speedrun community. And maybe that's the start to the hobby for somebody, but maybe not the right game. Gotta start somewhere. I definitely made all of the mistakes that one can make first time I speedran. Wrong emulator, running with like 300 milliseconds of input delay on my LCD TV. I was using a PlayStation 2 controller as my first controller, the DualShock 2. Kind of the worst circumstances, the worst tools to do speedruns, but that's what got me started regardless. So I'm not too judgmental if people just get it wrong in good faith. And I can also tolerate trolls. Like, if somebody just wants to be funny, so be it. Like, if that, like, 12-hour run with the work break in the middle was actually just a troll after all, I definitely had my laugh. That wasn't too bad of a level. I must have gotten unlucky lag though. Ooh, unexpected. Kind of, Mr. Pulse, yeah. They're more like... I would... what are they called again? Like God splices, in a way. It usually only works if you have like immediate access to save states. Instant saving and instant loading at all points or at convenient points. Yeah, I mean it's what people would call a gold splice. in a way, I've tried to use the concept back when, like back in 2020, excuse me, when we were trying to figure out what the actual ceiling of the run was at the time with the strats that we had. When Darbian and Adam and I Love Mario, when we were all running, there was this this very rapid strat explosion because of the practice room. So we didn't really know what the actual limit was because nobody had ran the game long enough with, dang my voice, with all of those new strats so that we didn't have reliable gold splits yet. So I took the strats that I thought were the fastest at the time in an emulator and just ran them like 3 times back to back and then stitched them together. Basically made a task with human inputs and took what I thought at the time were fast executions. That ended up with the human theory task of 2618 back then. It had some quite conservative strats, looking back at it now. Like, it was not optimized at all. But that was that was basically the same concept. Not just basically, that was the very concept of a segmented speedrun. Just less optimized than I thought it was. I think I also felt like I had to get a result done very quickly. I think I did that in a single stream. And again, it was right after the practice ROM came out, maybe 2 or 3 months in. Not a lot of time to develop all of the strats. Yeah. It was interesting at the time. It's still on my YouTube. I think I even have a commented version of it. But maybe we can watch that together on stream sometime and cringe together. I will probably be the one cringing. Just because of outdated knowledge. Let's just call it that. Outdated knowledge. Maybe that's something to do in, like what I mentioned earlier, when a stream isn't running or like a speedrun session isn't running too well, and I just want to take a break, maybe I just should have some videos ready to do a react stream. I'm gonna be a react streamer to my own content. Yeah, lucky. Or like rewatching some old marathon runs, maybe? Maybe I have a poll, like a longer running poll, to decide what people want to watch most. You have like 3 options. Hey, Brainwashed. On YouTube. Not visible on Twitch. Sad. Plugin broke. Ooh, mega lag. That was not cool. Actually not sure. I did wait on the platform itself. Thought that was enough waiting. Clearly was not. Tree zone number 5. Hey, squirrel. Thank you. Yo, Ted. Ted is back. I have been here. You have been gone. Hello. I'm not sure how many runs I have in me tonight, though. This might already be one of the last ones. I would really like to get past Tatanga, though, to even be able to call it a run. No new holes, please. Been in all of these holes before. Been in that hole. Been in this big hole before. I don't think there are any new holes there. It could be a little late. Lucky. Not going in that hole, as small man. Phones should support being turned upside down. That's the next step in technology. Hey, Muffin. Plop. He dead. Not dead. Now dead. And through the hole. Oh no, that is what has been happening all stream. Those have been my actual Tatanga fights. Whereas practice has been ridiculous. I think I got like 3 albatrosses in like 30 attempts overall. And everything else mostly 1 cycles. It's just the runs. No comment. Also, Dearbot, you're wrong. It's actually true. Like, he is getting the past right. This level is as far as I've gotten today. It's not +4. It's better than the first weeks. Back in March and April. Yeah, stream setup is okay. I did make one change. I bought a dedicated USB 3.1 cable for the capture card and the capture card alone. Because about my other ones I couldn't be exactly sure about the actual specs. This one should at least remove all uncertainties should the delay ever come back. I mean, I think the old one was good enough. I think it was also at least a 3.0. I mean, very much likely, because there are not many USB-C cables that are not at least 3.0. Ooh, nice. But yeah, this one is a decent cable. And I have pretty much 0 delay on my OBS preview now. Or I had at the start of the stream. I will have to check if that is still the case. I think it is. But I did the firmware check. Firmware was already as up to date as it could be. I still refreshed the firmware, just in case. Oh yeah, that shouldn't have done much. And I think the delay issue that you looked up was for the other version of the card, for the Lite, not for the Pro. I also came across the EVGA forums. But yeah, I hope I'm set now with those aspects. No! That's one way to lose a run. Oh no, how spooky. Oh, I should have done pipe glitch. Ah! Forgot. Welp. Oh, in the forums? Yeah. It was just this one... Like, people from EVGA were posting in the forum, but just saying, yeah, these forums are community managed. Don't blame us for our lack in support. That was the gist of it. Well, why are you on the forum then, if you're just there to say that? That is kind of crappy. I didn't learn. I saw 3 threads. I think that there are only like 3 threads in the capture card forum part in the first place. But that was the gist of it. You can just send it back or like contact our customer support when people are just all having the same question in the forum. To be fair, this is not a 2024 product. Like, this has been out of production for a long time. Oh boy, that was bad. Whoopsie. Safe. That's never how it worked. Not saying that it shouldn't be how it works. Isn't that what crouching is? It's exactly what crouching is. There's no folding, it's just compression. Don't know how you're doing it. Ah. he compressed his face a little bit. All second framers. Oh, it's a third framer. That's the first framer. Already not a good level. Acceptable. Whoops. No. Stop. Pressing buttons. Oh, the dream muffin. If only. Also, a glass of sausages is quite common in Germany. If you look up Maika Würstchen. To be fair, I never bought sausages in the glass, but they certainly do have a place in German sausage culture. Jar, but a jar to me is like at most as tall as it is wide. That's my definition of a jar. The sausage glasses are definitely, if they have big sausages, they're the height of the sausages. Sausage's length. To me, jar would feel wrong. Jar is slightly open. I mean, it's open for most of the time you use it. Yeah, I would say. I would agree with that. While the sausages definitely have a lid. No, not the sausages. The glass. Ah. Dommage. So that's the thing. I don't think we have a proper equivalent for jar in German. I'm not sure if there is one. Or if I just cannot think of one. But I think that's a concept that we lack. No, Muffin. An Einmachglas is not a jar. That's a glass. It's in the word. I mean, there are the flatter ones that would fit my form factor that I described. But that's not the only version of it. Some of them do qualify as a jar, yeah. But the thing itself is... it's just too broad of a cover term. It's also such a stupid word. Einmachglas. Einmachen. It's a weird way to phrase what is done. It's pickling. Do you want me to pronounce that word in German? That will make you cringe. Because it's pronounced ice cream. The very German long E. That I don't think exists in English. Yeah, I don't think that exists. Cream. I mean, Einmachglas is a compound word. Brainwashed. Oh, whoopsie. It definitely has this German word construction factor to it. And it's very cumbersome even in German. It does not roll lightly off the tongue. And it's also... so einmachen literally translates to make into. That's it. Which can stand for pickling something. It can also, if you use it reflexively, meaning to make into oneself. You might get the meaning from that already, because that is the German meaning. Sich einmachen means to pee oneself. So in that regard, I guess I don't like pickled stuff anyway. So same. Oops. Wrong level. That's the German lesson for today. Better use a jar before you pee yourself. Life hacks. Brainwashed. If only other people could read what you write, right? All alone over there on YouTube. Alrighty. Approaching 1 AM, one more run. Pickled sausage. Better than peat sausage. Ah! On the map. There are no ads on Twitch. We had the topic earlier. Use Brave. On top, you put uBlock Origin, and you don't have ads on Twitch. Easy. What was it? What would a sausage pickle be? Frame perfect? No. No. Nah. Ad block works. I can confirm. I mean, yeah, also yes, but usually it is like a 30-minute thing, and then it's fixed. Or sometimes like a Cloudflare outage might influence how well the ad block extension can access their blacklists. That can happen sometimes. But that's not the general experience. What? That doesn't exist, Squirrel. It's been a while since we talked about food on this channel, right? That used to be every stream. What happened? I probably just ran out of all of my weird food takes. I mean, reasonable food takes. Careful, Elecman. I have my finger on the ban button. That's the thing, Muffin. There is no alternative where you could make the comparison because it's so integrated into the entire system. It's just assumed that this is how things work. Advertisement pays for things. We talked about this earlier, like for let's say like 99% of Twitch streamers are like in the small streamer category of like, say, 50 and below viewers. For none of those people, the ad revenue for the streamer even remotely outweighs the inconvenience that the ads add for themselves and their viewers. It's just an overall worse experience for the vast majority of users, both active and passive. It's just a lack of an alternative that doesn't adhere to the general system, like the general system of marketing and capitalism that makes people just suck it up. Just deal with it or deal with it with ad blockers. I just wish everybody of those small streamers would just proactively go out and say, hey viewers, please, for the love of God, use ad blockers as much as you can everywhere. Doesn't hurt the streamers. Only hurts Twitch and the general practice of making the experience worse. I mean, I said 50 as the like upper-ish end of the small streamers. I had to choose one number. Of course, it's not a small number, but to draw the line somewhere. I chose the number because I know that number from personal experience, and I know that the ad revenue at that number is not worth the inconvenience. Not even close. Louis Rossman has some good opinions. Quite a few of them. I only found out about him after having fully developed my own personality traits, though. It's just the truth. Ah. Yeah. I mean, there's a good comparison. Open source software. That's a good comparison where you can clearly see that it doesn't need that added aspect of always generating money. And there's usually still, like, to the active developers, like the more active developers, there's usually some amount of money flowing that at least keeps the running costs in check. Don't want to speak for every project, but it can work. But maybe that's just the same it can work as for the bigger streamers. We compare those completely unrelated branches of something. And I have personally, I have some web apps planned who knows if I will actually ever get to them. I've been talking about them for years in different contexts. I will have ads on those platforms, but they will be tucked away just in case people want to actively click on them. They will never be in anybody's face, but they're still gonna be there. Somebody wants to pay for the advertisement space, and sure, but don't expect it to be on the front page. That's my system of ads. Or maybe combine it with a weird little web game or something. Make it interesting, make it funny. Don't let it compromise the overall experience of the product. That's always the bad part. You just never want that compromise. But yeah. The upper echelon, they do want that. I mean, it's the entire concept of like giving away leadership to people who have nothing to do with products, are really just there to make those kinds of very questionable decisions that generate some money for a certain amount of years until the product has been run into the ground. And then they move on to the next company and do that again. That's our current economy. Like, very few exceptions in the bigger names. Like, the even more ridiculous example is sponsorships. Sponsored live streams, that is, in particular. I can kind of stomach some sponsored segments in YouTube videos, because you can usually just skip over. You see them coming. Like, they all look the same, right? Some people try to be funny about it, and maybe even succeed in that. But most of the time you know how long the pitch is gonna be, you just skip the same amount of time forward every time you see an ad coming up, or sponsorship. But then you have live streams. And small streamers, the same small streamers that I mentioned earlier, they get targeted so heavily. Like if you sign up to like Streamlabs or Stream Elements or something, there will be those email offers all the freaking time. This game is trying to sponsor you, and you read up on the terms, or you see somebody that you know who has succumbed to greed. I'm not sure. Who does one of those Raid Shadow Legends streams, and it is so ridiculous. Like 40% of the screen is plastered with Raid Shadow Legends. 20% of what the streamer is like contractually forced to say to reap in the revenue is all about like reading from a paper or from a PDF document about Raid Shadow Legends. It's ridiculous. Like look at people like should I call out specific people for bad product placement, bad sponsorships? Like in the speedrunning community, Carl Jobst is usually quite well liked. Okay, now I've said the name. But his sponsorships are so awkwardly placed, awkwardly presented. You notice in every second that he does it, that he hates it himself. That he has to do that to put bread on the table. I just don't... Does anybody get any added value out of that? Does anybody look at the man and say, oh, whoa, look how tasty this this meal looks that he got out of this like cheap door-to-door service. I really want that now. Look at this this skin care product that this pale white man is using, and I mean, he has a skin condition. I have a skin condition. Whatever, right? But the kinds of sponsors that he chooses, the way he presents them, he also does those mobile game ads. Like, they go for minutes at a time, and you're telling me this grown man of like 35 years is playing this weird-ass knockoff Chinese mobile game that is gonna be gone in 4 months? Like, who buys into this? Why does this work? How does this... It cannot work, right? There's no way this works. So where does the money come from? Where? Like, where? Nobody is gonna download like Age of Heroes or whatever mobile game because they saw Carl Jobs advertising it in the most awkward way possible. Like with no conviction in his voice, just rattling down the PDF document. Why does this work? Why do they give the money? Why is the system the way it is? It's not great. Cody Johnston. Who is that? Okay. I mean, if that is a bit by him, that would be great. Like, if you have this subliminal message in there that you just pretend to be awkward, and instead just casually look very uncomfortable advertising the product, I think that's almost a win. Yeah, but the Chinese consumer base is not on YouTube. Why? Like, yeah, those mobile games, the biggest market is actually China. And I still see them advertised in all of the Western markets. Doesn't add up to me. It just doesn't. Yeah, that's in the games. That's like gacha games and stuff like that. That's in general. That's how those games are financed, yeah, but what I don't get is the marketing to Western audiences of those specific products. And those are usually not the whales that you get from here. At least I don't think so. There are some YouTubers that give it their own spin and just make it not boring. It's still cringy, but at least it's not boring, and they kind of like fulfill their little dream as a like mini filmmaker themselves. That can be cute in its own right. But I will pay attention to like the creative ideas and process of the streamer at that point, or the YouTuber, and not at the product. Like somebody like Alex from I Did a Thing, who gets sponsored by World of Tanks and it just makes like a... No, not World of Tanks, it was like some also weird Chinese hero mobile game, and then just makes a certain weapon in the game in real life, like a gun blade. Or was it even one of the bigger ones, one of the Hoyoverse ones? Like, at least there's a crafts aspect to it that is interesting. Or if somebody makes a mini movie. But yeah, at that point, who cares about the actual product? Oops. Sorry. Covered in goo. It's not gonna be a time save even. This is my time save level, no matter how bad it is. The thing is, the alternative platforms and products who don't go along with all of that, they just end up getting bought by those who do, because of kind of understandable reasons. Like if let's say I make a website that just blows up, or gets like just a reasonable amount of traction, that just barely pays the bills. If somebody comes along, like a big company, and offers me like 2 million, I don't know if I can say no. No matter how much of a like hot project that would be. It would be rough to say no. Or tough to say no. And that's why there are so few alternatives to this concept, to the system. Money is worth too much, pretty much. A lot of people would disagree in this economy, but money is still worth too much as a concept. Call me a socialist or whatever. I probably would qualify as close to some socialist ideas. Not to the concept, but to some ideas. No block. Yeah, but leftist also means too many things. And that's the problem, why you can't call yourself anything, because it means something very different, or can mean something very different in different societies. For example, a liberal is something very different in, let's say, Central Europe than it is in North America. Like, a liberal here means nothing more than they are for free market and like self-organization of market. That's literally all it means. Like, somebody who is liberal in Germany is center-right. In the overall spectrum. Closer to the center, granted, but still further to the right than to the left. Which is why I don't really like the left and right categorization in the first place. Because the values that is defined on also change over times. And have changed heavily. Over like since the 40s and 50s. It just doesn't mean the same anymore. And then you have just some societies who define things themselves. They do mean nothing, yeah. That's why if anybody asks me for my political affiliation, I would definitely say I'm probably quite far left by most standards in most societies, but I wouldn't really brand myself like that. I'm always just... like, the only term that I'm comfortable with is humanist. And from that you can derive, okay, what would it mean in this society to be a humanist? What would that look like? What would that align with? Social security? Yeah, seems like a good thing for humans. So if that is on somebody's agenda, that's probably aligned with me. Green. Yeah, exactly. What are your ideas to make society better again? Yeah, don't do upon others what you don't want to have done unto you. Dang it. It's very simple. It's very, very, very simple. The way you can structure your values. And I am definitely not getting into a bashing US values today. That's too broad a field and too depressing of a topic right now. But yeah, in general, like the perversion of certain like real world terminology just to fit a very specific ideology, it's just sad. Mm-hmm. I mean, to be fair, with how things seem to be going, a lot of those picks might not end up in the offices that they have been picked for. That is my current cope. There might just be an edge on the side of like other career people, together with just the general like bad look that some old leaders don't want the Republican Party to have from those specific individuals. Because it will be embarrassing if those actually take up their work in those offices. I mean, it's gonna be an isolationist approach for the next 4 years. That much is absolutely certain. It's not a good thing, particularly for the American people. That's gonna suck. The world can cope with that. Ukraine might not be able to cope with that. That's sad. But the rest of the world can kind of live with that. You can just hope that they don't turn around the system too much, so that it takes more than 4 years again to fix. That has to be the only hope. I mean, they want to find out, Squirrel. They want to find out what happens if you're isolationist. Hey, Ali. Oh yeah, like I still don't want to talk about it, but the deportation thing is just so vile on a humanistic and moral level that I can't even start to fathom how is that supposed to look like. Supposedly, yeah, we're only weeding out the bad ones, like the really bad ones, the rapists and the guys who have fled from the mental asylums, right? Those exist. Those 2 to 3 millions of those. It's just so vile and so surreal that these kinds of promises apparently work on more than half of a population of a developed country. It's very, very strange. Yeah, in the like social media spheres where the more progressive people are a little bit more common, or in the majority, you hear it a lot. People talking about immigration. Oh well, you've heard it a lot in jest before the election when everybody was still. I was coping. I didn't think he would win. But a lot of people said, oh, if we have another one of those, then I'm gonna leave the country. I probably have more than... I know more than 5 people who've said that off the top of my head. And I don't know many people. Are anchor babies still a concept? Will that still work? Talking to Brainwashed on YouTube. I thought the denaturalization plans go quite beyond that, so that there wouldn't be many restrictions in terms of just tearing families apart. I guess for the mother it would be a little more difficult. Hey, Emery. Thanks for raid. Currently rambling about politics. I've been forced to. I don't want to. Yeah, that's how you define quality of what. Oh, this is getting me into the race topic again. I don't want to. Like, I do and I don't want to at the same time, just because there's always gonna be somebody new who might have never thought about the topic in the first place. Like, I'm giving you the too long didn't read. There is no race in humans, period. It's a made-up, weird concept. It doesn't exist. At least not in the way that people try to sell it. I'm getting very riled up when I see like moderate or progressive Americans still falling into this trap, like this indoctrination trap. They've grown up with that all their life to categorize people by race. There's no such thing. On the biological level, let's say. Sure, there are always social implications and cultural ones. But that's not race. That is not what people make it out to be. Like the like less worth, the this entire less white concept. There's so many people who you would identify as a black person who have way more in common with an Irish person. Like, if you compare the genes, the genomes of your average Afro-American dude or girl, compare the genetics, they're gonna be so much closer to a Dutch person, to a Dane, to a German, whatever, than to anyone in, let's say, Africa itself, than to anyone from China, than to anyone from Papua New Guinea. Like, this is what people don't get, that humans have been intermixing with each other for so long in this Western society that those stronger traits that you see, okay, yeah, sure, the person's skin color is darker than the other ones. That doesn't mean that they're completely different from your random, like, ginger, freckled white person. They're so close together. And people don't get that. People don't understand that. People don't know that. And people should know that. Because that just completely rips the foundation of all of those, like, racial theories away, right away. But how do you get that into people's heads? How do you educate people? Except for, like, a 40-something-year-old dude rambling on his Twitch stream. Like, where's the push for renewing all of education? To just hammer some very common truths into people's minds. Force them to know. It's not a choice. It's facts. Jesus. the redefinition of truth. Yeah. I'm dreading the effect that the current, the upcoming US government will have on education in the country. That is something that will be felt for quite a while. That is concerning. I think that's probably more concerning for me than any of the short-term things. It's already a bad starting point that the US is right now. Professor Slifkin. Wait, that was the topic that I didn't want to get into, right? That went well. Hey, Sakurai. Yeah, Muffin Drake, that's just another whole can of worms. Yeah, I mean, basically it's just a re-establishment of, or like the strengthening of the patriarchy. As if it wasn't very strong already. It's also not like it's not that much better, I have to say, in Germany in terms of like decaying values and demagogues just becoming more likely to gain traction again. The signs are everywhere. Like we have this far right-wing party, which is currently just held in check by the fact that basically none of the other parties that we have many parties, many political parties that would rather go like where rather a big kind of far left party would rather go together with the center right, or well, the center right, I should put it this way, the center right party would rather govern together with a left-wing or green party than they would with the supposedly, we're in the directions again, supposedly much better aligned far right. That's the only saving grace currently. We can hope that it stays like this, that basic humanism and moral values prevail. But what if populism makes those far right parties even stronger than they are now? What then? Because people, that's the same thing, like in the US, the election wasn't won because people want factual change, which is unhappy with how things were going because of entitlement. Oh, the eggs are so expensive. Who is to blame? Probably the guy is in charge right now. Let's vote for somebody else then, and then the eggs will be cheaper. Yay. Women's rights. Whoops. Immigrants. Whoops! Everybody goes across. Goes down the planks for cheap eggs. That's the reality. That's why people voted for Trump, because they want cheap eggs and cheap milk. Because they think they are lacking something. Like you cannot hold up globalization. It doesn't work. Like you cannot just make you cannot pretend China doesn't exist and China is an upcoming political economic power with its own problems. India, same thing. In 10 years, Nigeria probably. Who knows? That means that the overall equilibrium between people who have something and people who are coming up who also want something, we can't just keep increasing everything. There has to be a middle ground, so those who already have a lot will inevitably lose a little bit. And sometimes also a little bit of life quality. But that is the part that people don't want to accept, and then they say, yeah, no, I want my eggs to be cheaper. I ignore the entire rest of the world. Me, 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 me. America first. Well, not just America, but that's the tangible example. I mean, I don't have to tell you, you know this. I suppose people who are on Twitch. Or on YouTube. Sorry, brainwashed. Are well aware of how the world works. At least people who hang out in a retro stream. Yeah, Sakrai. Why would that be? Like, first of all, because that's just how it is for us in the Western countries. That is exactly what has to happen. It's normal. There's no way around that with the current system. Secondly, Brexit might not have been a great idea after all. Who would have thought? Like, that's the same kind of isolationist approach. With tariffs and with more bureaucracy, because I mean, not that much more bureaucracy, to be fair. Could have been worse. But still, there are so many things that make things more complicated in trading. I mean, let's be real, Sakrai. I have not heated in like 8 years. Because I have my PC running. I also already pay the energy bills. That's keeping my room at a comfy 18 degrees Celsius in winter. I put on a blanket and I'm just dealing with it. Winters are getting shorter and shorter anyway. Global warming, hooray! Yo, hey Sleazy, I completely missed you so far. And yes, yeah, seems like we have similar ideas about humanity. As I have. Oh, the pipes. Oh, the pipes. Nah. The house itself, I'm in a good position because the house itself has pretty good insulation and there is a bank literally right below me. And they're heating through the entire year. So I'm being saved by capitalism. Let's be honest here. The bank is physically saving me from freezing. I am definitely heating electrically through my graphics card, yes. And myself. I am the heat cell. But that's the thing with life standards in Western countries. Like, the standard is so high that... Where am I going with this? Like, there's so much more that people could live without. And they're already, like, basically throwing away democracy because of the egg prices. That's not even scratching anything. I mean, sure, the US doesn't have a social welfare system. I guess that's a big difference. I shouldn't disregard that. Nor proper healthcare, I suppose. Which is still wild to me. Like this misunderstood meaning of freedom to be like, yeah, I'm free to choose not to be secured in any way, shape or form, medically or socially. That is wild. That is just a decision that your average person shouldn't be able to make. Yeah, it just snowballs in all kinds of directions. More homeless people, worse conditions for those homeless people. That, again, probably doesn't really help the crime statistics, because those people want to survive. It's like when it's broken down, it's all pretty obvious and easy to determine where the problems lie. Oh wait, oh no, shoot, why did I reset? I think that's a frame, pixel, and oscillation perfect jump to get on top of that frog and under the roof. I was absolutely convinced that that could not work. Well, that actually gives you another chance at a corner boost that you otherwise don't have. IL strat that nobody went for ever. I hope Eleki never went for that one. Like, that jump is so tight that on some runs, like, you can only get it 50% of the time, pretty much. That's what it comes down to. It is stupid tight. That frog. That very one. How's the weather, everybody? It's gonna be snowing tomorrow. I have my snow shovel ready. Yeah, it's been raining for the last 4 days, almost straight. Hasn't been great. And I think the snow tomorrow will be mostly rain as well. Yeah, it's already been snowing in a couple of places in Germany. Tomorrow evening is supposed to be... it's not gonna be a snowstorm or anything, but it's gonna be some decent snowfall. That could at least stay overnight. But then it's gonna be warm again. It's gonna be gone. There, it's the worst squirrel. I mean, it's terrible for cycling, so of course it's the worst. I have not been cycling. This entire year I've been slacking so much in terms of my cycling, which always has been my #1 workout throughout my entire adult life. And I have not been able to properly pick it up this year. Like, it hasn't been great the previous years, but I still did my, like, maybe 10k kilometers a year. This year I'm probably below 2k. Oops. If I add everything up. The thing is, I don't have to get around too much, so... But I could choose to. That's the thing. I shouldn't be thinking like that. I don't have to, so I don't. That's the wrong way to think about it. That's the problem. I am the problem. Laziness is the problem. And the important part is really just the starting point, like getting back into the habit, and then it's self-propelling. It's not hard to keep up the habit. It's always just hard to get back into it at the start. Because the stamina is gone, because I haven't done it in so long. And it's cumbersome, and when it's raining you don't want to, for obvious reasons, but you could. And then you do that one, you ride in the rain once, and you feel like, okay, while I'm cycling, it's not that bad. It sucks the first 5 minutes, but then you're warm. If you have like somewhat decent bike clothing for rain. Same in the winter. It's cold at the start. Your hands might get cold, sure. But it's not that bad. Like once you get cycling, it's actually feels nicer than sitting in your unheated apartment at home. Is that just me? Yeah, getting to the point. It's like getting over that first hurdle. The comfy hurdle. That's rough, that's hard. Indoor trainer, it depends on the trainer. If you have one with a big flywheel, then it's gonna be loud regardless. The one I have is a free roll, which is also not quiet, but it's definitely better than a big flywheel. You can... It depends. Like, does somebody live directly under you? They will definitely hear it. Like, you can try to insulate it, to bolster it as much as you want. It's probably always gonna be some noise. Just because of the direct vibration. If that is not a concern, then I think you... like, if you put it on blankets... like in such a way and on such blankets that you don't just slip away, that the trainer doesn't slip away, which can work because I'm doing it that way. It's not that super loud. Nah. That cow. Let's take that. This level is awful. Let's see. Oh, that's more awful than I thought. Yeah, it's also not great. Yeah, I can show you my bike trainer in a second. Doesn't take up that much space. It's actually quite convenient. And you basically just need a space where a bike fits in lengthwise and maybe 20 centimeters to the left and right. That's enough space for a free roll, that is. But for that one you need a regular bike that you can just put on there. Then it also depends on what tires you have. That is a big noise factor, of course. What kinds of tires? Do I take this tweezer? No. I'm resetting and I'm showing you the bike trainer and my bike. Haha. That's how I'm filling the time in my stream now. Because I think the speedruns have reached an end for today, yeah. Field trip. I'm gonna bring the field to you. That's how convenient it is. It's right next to me, because This right there is where I'm using it. This is a pre-roll trainer. Fold it up, and you unfold it, and then the rear wheel goes on these two, the front wheel balances on this one, and then you just pedal, and it just works. Super convenient. And this guy is my trusty old road bike. That's the one that I rarely ride outside anymore, but this one is the one that goes on the trainer. Yippee. Rusty old really fits now. Like, I haven't even considered how old that bike actually is already. I bought that in 2008, I think? 8 or 9. And it's been very, very nice so far. I only exchanged the, well, the drivetrain and the chain I exchanged more often, but the rear sprockets, the cassette, I think I only had to exchange it once in its lifetime. Everything else I think is still original. Except for the tires, of course. Tires I did change like 3 or 4 times. Angrier things. No angry things. Yeah, no. Indoor trainers are... Like, if you already have a bike that... Well, I would recommend the following setup. If you have a bike, get a second pair of wheels. That's the quickest way. And when you are outside, you have normal profile tires. And for indoor training, if you have a free... I would also recommend the free roll. It's just cool to balance. If you want to do something while working out on a bike, you probably shouldn't get a free roll, but rather something where you fix the drivetrain to a flywheel. It's a choice of taste. And what you want to do with your workout. Do you want to read while doing? Do you want to watch something while doing the workout? Or do you want to... You can also watch something while doing it on a free roll. It's not impossible, but you have to pay a little bit of attention to stay upright, because you're not attached to anything. Yeah, you have to... It's just like normal riding. If you... Like the roll resistance from the rolls themselves is noticeable. So it's not like super smooth. You have to go against a certain resistance, which I would say adds up to like 5 kilometers per hour, like 3 miles per hour-ish. In terms of what you feel, you have to put in more to reach the same. That's the effect of the resistance there. And yeah, then you just have to translate how much effort do I put into staying upright on the road. And it's the exact same. Like, there's no special balance needed. It's just the centripetal force that keeps you upright because of the turning wheels. And your turning components themselves. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, in that regard, it's less friction than a treadmill. I guess it depends. Like, these are hard plastic rolls. There are also some that have ceramic rolls that are a little bit more heavy. So you need more force to put into to get them rolling, but then they are kind of like a mini flywheel, and it becomes easier to keep going. I'd go with hard plastic. And yeah, if you have a bike already, if you already have pretty low profile tires, you might as well just use the bike as is. But if you have like a mountain bike or like something with off-road profile, I wouldn't use that on a free roll. That's too much resistance and too much noise. So in that case, just get a second pair of wheels all tired up and just switch out the wheels. It's the quickest way of these. Or get a completely separate training bike. Also an option. Depends on how much money you want to spend. But I already had two bikes. I have my road bike and I have a mountain bike. The mountain bike is my daily driver. Ideally, but not daily this year. But that's my go-to bicycle. And the road bike has almost exclusively been used for the indoor training. Because usually I want to go somewhere and I don't want to leave the road bike somewhere outside. Because it's only 150% the price of the mountain bike was also not cheap, is what I'm trying to say. But I think it's more likely that the road bike gets stolen, which is still a pretty big thing in Germany. Bikes getting stolen. I definitely did fall. I want to say like 3 or 4 times. I haven't left the roll. Like that has never happened. I haven't shot off the thing to the front. But I have like wedged the wheel at the side and then just fallen over or not paid attention, and you have to steer. Like you can kind of simulate changing direction. That does work. It feels almost real. And then you can sometimes start wobbling a little bit, and I've definitely fallen like that. But the way I have it set up, I have the pool table to the right and my bed that I'm sitting on to its left. So if something happens, if I notice that I'm losing balance, I will just let myself fall to the left onto my bed. Like all clicked in, I have clipless pedals, so all clipped in usually, just one unit, me and the bike. Just fall to the left. It's time for that U-block origin. Muffin, do it now. Do it now or you're gonna forget it. It's just a few clicks away. Anyway, that's the bike exhibition. And it is past 2 AM. Who is streaming? Twitch. Somebody is actually streaming SML2. No! No, now he doesn't get ads. No. Yeah, no, he was supposed to install the ad blocker. Squirrel. Thank you. You're welcome, Sleazy. See you next time. Let's see, what's the vibe on this guy's stream? Is it a guy in the first place? I'm just going out here assuming. No, it's a she-they. See, good thing I checked. Raven. What's the vibe here? Alright, good enough. Raven. I just have to find my own stream. Because of how Twitch changed how raids are initiated. I will be back tomorrow with Beat Saber, most likely. And Wednesday with Mario Game. And more rambling, most likely. I don't see the raid. Where's the raid? Do you see the raid? I don't see the raid. Do I have to go through my creator dashboard? Twitch. Why does Twitch have to be so cumbersome? This is the worst raid experience ever. Okay, does this work now? I still can't rate the channel. Start right there. Ah, is this freaking working now? We are unable to rate at this. What? It doesn't work. The rate doesn't work. Maybe they just have it disabled? Is that why? They might have it disabled. Oh well. Yeah? Does this work for you? Gonna give it one more try. Usually it tells you that a streamer has disabled rates. It did not do that this time. No, I think Twitch just has a problem right now. See. Unrecognized command raid. Sure. Oh, that worked. That worked. It worked. I had to go through chatty. All right. Bye-bye for real now. See you. Wait, no. It's April's Fools. I'm clicking the raid now button and it doesn't work. Oh, we'll see what happens once the timer counts down. This is a disaster. I can't initiate the raid. It's like 20 more seconds. Me staring into your soul now. Get on your bikes, you lazy people. I am the lazy people. I wonder what will happen once it actually counts down. I'm very curious now. This hasn't happened before. Also, why does this view tell me to complete my text interview? Again, I have already done that. Twitch, please. 7, 6. They added a countdown. Is that why it doesn't work? Because they added something? Anyway, bye-bye.